So I set the stream start time to be far in advance of when I actually intend to go streaming. But then, I'm still late to starting the stream. It's just impossible. I can't start streams on time. Hello, Squarepeg. How goes? But at least I wasn't as late on starting the stream as I was last time. See, the desktop audio mic was super far away. Here, let me fix that real fast. Glad I've checked that. I was about to say, the desktop audio isn't too loud, right? Looks like it would have been by process of elimination of the mic being super quiet. Because I do have some more aggressive music on today. Nice. Alright, we're gonna start right where we left off. Which is beginning the implementation of traits and whatnot. Or more specifically, doing the last bit of work required to see if we can get the arena allocator working. Which I was going to fully verify that it was working by actually starting to implement traits and whatnot. Oh no, lots of errors. This isn't good. Hello everybody. Wait, do I get more viewership when I actually start streams relatively close to the time that I say I'm going to go live? Is that what's going on here? No, it couldn't be. There's a lot of you. Or maybe this is because I was just gone for a bit. That could also very much be what's going on here. I was gone for too long. Should fix all of those except for variable definition, which is now a let statement. Okay, real quickly, let's make sure there's nothing else. Right, arena alloc. Which has some... Consider an explicit lifetime bound. It doesn't necessarily need an explicit lifetime bound. What if too much time has passed, now you get viewers? So maybe the secret to doing well at streaming is to not stream. It all makes sense now. So what I'm considering doing here for this specifically is see, I realized that for all of this to work, all of the documents need to be built with the same arena allocator, right? So what if it made sense for the project? Well, no, the project needs to be formed after the documents. Dang it. Anyway, I was thinking, it's amazing how much easier just to watch a stream when using the right browser. True. I think I'm gonna make a new type called HIR Arena That's going to be a rodeo. Oh wait, there is a version of Rodeo Arena that's just at a different import that isn't generic. And when getting direct notifications from Discord. Yes, for all of you who don't know, I do have a Discord bot that pings people when I go live. It is very useful because I don't have to think about it. So with that import instead, I shouldn't need to set up generics for this. Look at that! It theoretically just works now, but it doesn't. Cannot return value referencing parameter. Ah, right. I need to borrow the arena. Mutably borrow the arena? Value must outlive static. Did I not explicitly... No, I put an explicit lifetime on that. Maybe... Is there a way to say what the lifetime of this is, aside from that? Borrowed data escapes outside the associated function. Dang, is there really no way for me to say the lifetime? That's the entire point of this arena allocator, though. I just need to figure out the right syntax. What is the right syntax? Your T is a static, that makes sense. Oh wait, it returns an exclusive reference to it. Interesting. So you are able to edit the thing. So what if I change this to instead... say that it's a mutable reference. Because of a mutable reference to project. Do I need to have a mutable reference to arena? I don't need to have a mutable reference to arena. Legitimately not quite sure how to return this. Like, Okay, what if I make this like so? Then instead of returning OK, we would just return an allocation. Of course, and then the error message. Oh, that's fine. Let me see if I can remember my key binding for... No, that wasn't it. Ah, we'll just do it manually. No, my LSP is freaking out. What's your go-to resource when you want to see if others have found a solution to a problem? Stack Overflow, YouTube, when not getting what you want out of an LLM anyway. Google. I usually just Google and then see what resources pop out, which can be Stack Overflow a lot of times. I almost never do videos because it takes too long to watch them. So usually just anything with text content. The entire point of using an arena allocator is so I can set the lifetime of everything to a specific thing. So how do I like make that be like that? Maybe instead of the implementation, like I'm saying, the lifetime of the reference we want returned. Maybe, oh, maybe it's because I didn't specify in here. Documents escapes the associated function. What do you mean? Oh, do I need a list of document? Wait a second. Yeah, it's because these are owned references. And then I need project. Sorry, a little bit of lifetime stuff we're dealing with here. Project has a list of module references. Document also should have a list of module references with a specific lifetime. I guess we will allocate documents the same way. I don't know that we need to actually reference documents. Yeah, I don't think we need to actually reference documents, we just need the modules in the document to be allocated that way. I may have to re-architect how the whole parsing flow goes to actually account for the fact we're arena allocating for stuff, and that iterative parsing might be hard with this setup. Modules. Yes. Now bar functions as mutable. Oh. Yeah, okay. I know what to do here. Maybe. Maybe not. This kind of looks like it might require a deep copy. Question is if I do a deep copy here or if all the documents are stored in the same location. I guess all the HIR is for a single project, so it's fine if documents I'm going to change this specifically to be HIR document. I'm wondering if project should even be a thing anymore. Or if documents should be handled at this level either. I do need this logic of combining a bunch of ASTs. No, wait, I have child objects. No, they'll get new parents who will manage them better. Let me see, I have a notepad file on my desktop. Where are you? Here it is. The text pad from last stream. It actually survived. For once I actually saved a notepad file. But yeah, so right now I'm deciding the way that I treat compilation is with all the modules in a single file. That is currently how I treat it. I don't really do importing or exporting right now. Or rather, yeah. If two modules are named the same thing, they're the same module. Like, I want them to be the same compile target. So there's a step where we take the entire project and turn it into just one thing. So I'm wondering, where do I do this? And does it start blowing up large projects if I do force the entire project to be in memory for every compile? Because there's definitely a component of a ton of distributed files making stuff easier, but computers are pretty powerful nowadays. Most devs I know have at least 32 gigabytes of RAM and up to 64. Now if you're deving on a laptop, which I can definitely see people deving on a laptop, or even eventually deving on the dream would be able to dev on a standalone headset when you don't have a ton of RAM. So then you start getting into, okay, does it make sense to force everything to be compiled into one file? And at what stage, because this is when linking actually happens in execution, or rather the LLVM IR stage, or somewhere in this zone after it's serialized and shipped to the client is when you would get linker errors. I don't want any linker errors. And you're like, oh, how does Rust solve this? Rust just statically links everything, so it never has linker errors. Whereas with our stuff, everything is basically everything is dynamically linked. Every single module, I should say, is dynamically linked to a certain extent. I may have people actually be able to let people manually combine modules, but for the moment I'm under the assumption that every single module is a different compile target. We devved on the power of an expensive calculator, and we liked it. Yeah, and all your operations happened in the file system instead of RAM, and it was slow. We're building realities. We need to be fast. So I'm where does the compile everything into one thing? Yes, compile is the right term for this. When does the compilation happen? Does it happen here? Should I make a giant huge text buffer and just run tree sitter on a huge file that contains everything? I'm not sure that is the smartest idea. That seems like it would be absolute insanity for actually running like a LSP, language server protocol. Though I'm not really too much worrying about the performance of the language server LSP thing for the moment. So I definitely want parsing to happen separately per separate file. We're not going to put everything into one text buffer. And at the HAR stage, I want modules. We don't need to combine files. We need to combine modules. That's the important bit. Combine modules. So somewhere in this translation stage of AST to HIR, we don't have any control over how the AST is created because we're using TreeSetter to do that, unless we want to. We do have control over the text we feed to TreeSetter. And I'm not refactoring grammar right now. So we're not ripping out TreeSetter right now. I'm putting that off the table. No refactoring TreeSetter at this stage. That goes here, that goes here. This goes here, and then that goes about there, yeah. So we could combine modules at the text stage. Honestly, that kind of makes sense. But then we need, like, something with all modules in memory. And then after that point, TreeSetter, and then, well, having debug info, combining any text buffers before we get to the AST stage, would make debug info a lot harder to track, so I'm very hesitant to do that. So I think it happens during AST parsing to HIR. Oh, this is a lot of stuff we're doing right here in this conversion. So I think I'm going to just have a struct called HIR, which just has references to a ton of modules. Do I want these to be mutable? Here's the thing. This Arena Alec does give us a mutable reference, so I think our tree data structure can actually store mutable types. I think that is something it can actually do. We'll have to test out how that feels, but just throwing mutable on each one of these as we need to. I guess this can be a mutable data structure. That's actually pretty exciting, because that means that we could do passes and not have to recreate the entire structure. So instead of HIR documents, I just think I'll never have a concept of a document when we're creating the HIR. We'll just pass we'll never have a combined phase because it never needs to be combined. And if this is a mutable reference to this thing, then yeah. Oh, wait a second. If I let people define modules in multiple places, it's like the same module. Okay, I think a better solution for this is to just not allow modules to be combined. Because I don't know why I was so attached to that idea in the first place. Maybe I was like, that could reduce the amount of mono modules, like huge modules. But I guess that's something you are able to do in Rust, right? You can have a module here, pub mod test. Oh no. It isn't something you can do. Then why am I trying to do it too? Why did I think that was a good idea? I'm confused now. Why did I think that was a good idea? I'm confusion. So no redefinitions of modules basically ever. This is easy to work with. I don't have to solve that problem anymore. Yeah, why was I so set on doing that before? Maybe because I thought it was cool. Nice. Scoop assignment, let const value, scoop ID. Ah, this is a path now. Then did I ever get around to making it so expression is a subnode of node instead of... No, I didn't. Okay, let's do that then. So let's see, what do we need to delete from here? Scope, assignment, let const value, path, member access, which should be named field. Then after field, it was struct. And then call. I think type is also an expression, but not explicitly. Well, it can be an expression. Definitely part of an expression, but maybe not directly an expression. Struct member is like a field def now, right? There we go, that should make it a little bit easier to see. I looked down and realized it's pretty small on stream. Okay, with all of that, I think that's finally ready for us to think about actually parsing out stuff. Thing is, I want to do mutable version of a node. That way we could return generic stuff from parse functions. I guess that's a question. Is it possible to do a the ability for a generic to set what type of reference? See, make a yeah, see, there's this reference or mutable reference. And like references are things you can add onto values. Dang, this is a ChatGPT reference. I try not using chatbots on stream because that just feels like wrong. Like, you're here to watch me code, not to watch me use stuff to make it code for me. But I mean, even still, the way that I use them is usually not telling them to code for me, but instead like asking questions and whatnot. Because I find that like I don't know the terms for stuff, but I know like the general concepts. So if I can describe a concept, it can tell me the terms to search for. There a way for me to have a struct in Rust? Yeah. Is there a way for me to have a struct in Rust with references, but a generic argument to set those references to be mutable or const, so that I don't have to write and maintain two versions of that type for both scenarios. Is it trait to abstract over that? Enum wrapper or phantom data type? See, trait wouldn't work because my thing is an enum. Maybe I should just give it the enum and say, hey, how do I make this work for both mutable and immutable? If I have this enum, how do I abstract it in such a way that I don't need to create a mutable variant? Man, this client is so inconsistent with whether an enter actually submits a message or if it does a new line. Parameterize the enum over a reference typed constructor is that apply either a reference AT or a reference a mut to this. So you have one enum for both const and mutable reference variants. Define a trait. So you have a reference kind there and a okay, so you're passing it full. I kind of see what it's doing here. I mean, that technically works. It's a lot more boilerplate, but it works. That's the point at which you make macros for all the arguments, but we're not quite there yet. Yeah, I do want Node to be able to return mutable references as well, so I'm Yeah, I'm gonna yoink this for now, and then at some point we'll abstract it into a library. And it did already do the stuff for us. And I'll split all this code out into a separate file at some point, separate module. But yeah, for now, we'll just keep it in the same one since we're not using this functionality anywhere else. Oh joy, that's an error. He may not live long enough. Live long enough for what? It's a type. It's a type, what do you mean? I guess this ref does need to be conditional. No, I don't want to go away. Okay, let me think about this. So, the chatbot solution didn't work, as kind of expected. I'm trying to do a weird thing here. It looked like something that would work, but apparently there's some weird thing where it's not working. So instead, I'm just going to have node be mutable by default. Since that's what we need, is a way to return references after we're done parsing. Field does not implement copy. Can you implement clone? I guess since it's all references, you should be able to clone a list of references, right? apparently not. Apparently, no, you can't clone. Is it because it wants to do a deep copy? Oh well. I mean, I didn't think I really did need to copy that, so... Oh, it's because it's mutable. You can't clone mutable references. Rust is following its rules, and I'm ignoring them. So this serves the purpose of being a generic return method. So I believe this now basically works the way we need it to. And this time we're actually going to go start implementing a parser. And I like the way that the Rust compiler structured this, where it was like AST to, or AST lowering. So right now we have document context. Actually, no, we're replacing document context. So we're not worrying about that. We have the parsed document, which currently returns a document context. I don't think that's what we want to return from here. I think we want to return a tree. An AST tree that's managed by that structure. Hello, how goes it? Yeah, type sitter tree, or AST. No, we won't alias it for now. And I'm going to call this, instead of get document context, this is going to be get AST, or just AST, and this will return a reference, doesn't need to be mutable, to tree. So no parsing occurs, well, no lowering. I need to get my terms, in order. No lowering occurs. So we don't parse the document. Actually, the document parser, we don't do any parsing here. Failed to parse document. which is very rare. Usually the errors are within the actual AST itself. If it's a syntax thing, this is an error that, like, something actually went wrong. And we don't need to map the root node for now. We'll put that on the new system we're creating now. So self tree equals sum. So since we have literally just set this just now, we can do self tree as ref unwrap. I think an unwrap is pretty safe if it's like set the variable to sum. Immediately we can unwrap. And then for the source, I'm actually going to make this a text source asset. Or no. I'll deal with constructing that again later. This is a lot cleaner. So now when we do I'm going to create a new module here called AST. And in this AST, we're going to have parsed document. Heh, that did work. I'm going to remove document context for now. Alright, and I'm also going to delete toolchain message stuff for now because I want to also refactor error handling at the same time as we're doing this, because if we're refactoring the parser, it's a really good time to add in error checking, or more specifically, really good error reporting. And the way that we're going to be annotating errors is with the Rust annotate snippets package, which lets you do stuff the same way the Rust compiler does. So BraneScript will have Rust style error reporting, meaning the errors will make sense, which will be a lot of work, but also pretty good for developer experience, which, like, a huge part of why I'm making my own scripting language is purely for the developer experience. Like, the developer experience needs to be really good. The reason Huge reason why I didn't go with Wasm is just the developer experience would have been really bad. Like, debugging would have been terrible, the tool chain is kind of meh. And I didn't want to have to deal with that. Yeah, so going back to AST. At some point I need to start actually documenting my code. That is a smart thing to do, right? Lower AST generated by type sitter down to HIR. Now, I don't think I'm gonna straight up copy this anymore. But I'm just wondering what data structure they use. Like what? Okay, they just call it a lowering context. Documentation heresy. I know, I know. No, I'm not doing the TF2 coconut. It would be funny. Maybe I'll just recover the 600 megabyte thrill foot pick from the recycle bin after we got the size of the BSUS world down. Maybe I'll just recover that and put it into the files and make it the coconut. Maybe we just call it the AST lowerer. We could just call it lowering context for now, so it'd be AST lowering context when we're using it. And what do we need in here? We need a list of ASTs. You want it to be a vector or a slice. I think a slice makes sense. Create parser nodes source file. Maybe I should put this in. Yeah, I'm gonna change this to instead be parser. This is AST. Oh, and there it is. Hello, Vim? There we go. And now this is errors. So it means we need to remove parser from this. Rerun. Ah! Oh, did I not? Yeah, I haven't added nodes. Pub mod nodes. Actually, this doesn't need to be a public module, does it? There's a nodes. It's right here. Alright, mod, why aren't you... Okay, that worked. Something's off with my LSP right now. Can't I just do that? Yeah, I think my LSP is just crapping out. It would be funny. Coconut would be funny. Deciding if I want to do a builder pattern for this or not. Because I'm wondering if I unpack this structure and how will that affect the lifetime of the arena that we allocated all of our HIR files in? And how do I specify that it's the same lifetime? Oh well, let's just let's see what I have on the parser. What state do I need? Brane.rot. It'd be quite the skibbity file. Phantom tax anybody who looks upon its contents. Preventing them from ever becoming the Rizzler. Dang, not having this as part of... Here, I'm gonna add parser back. I can hear your modem whirring. You mean my computer? My modem doesn't make sounds. Well, I don't have a modem. A modem is a phone. Or works through a phone. Ah. Come on, I added this back to the thing. Give me my highlighting back. Give me my highlighting back. What? Oh, there we go. We'll see if it goes away later. So we have the document parser, which has the source text. That's what I should do. That's what I should do. I should make... there be... source the... current source text? It is, and then path is separate. Which technically should be an OS stream. Or OS string. Because that's what fsread uses, right? Sref path. Oh, okay. There'd be a file system path. Oh, path buff. Oh, I have that as a path buffer. So the current source is a string. I keep getting that messed up. I'm like, source. Source is the... Ah! Source is the root. It's the root of all issues. Cannot find type path in the scope. But it's right there. It's right there. In the scope. Oh, dang. I didn't need to refactor this at all. I need to refactor my Brane. So we now have the parsed document itself. And this stores the string that stores our source code. This is the source of all of our nodes. Ideally, this is the only place in memory that source actually does exist. Ideally. So how do we propagate this source text, which we need to propagate the source text, or at least a reference to it, throughout the entire compilation pipeline, because yeah, because source for our debug messages to be good, we need access to the actual source. And the AST does not store a reference to the source file or source code. So if you look in here, we can just get modules, but this node, if you look at the raw node, it's just a pointer to a tree sitter node, which stores no text information. It just stores the range at which we can actually access that text. Which makes me want to make text source a thing referenced by everything. So here in this parsed document, not this parsed document, HIR. At the top of the file, we have this source struct. And this source struct what this needs is a source. So you're going to create a new structure called source. And then we're going to have a URI, which is where this source is from. We're also going to have a text, which is the actual content of the source. We'll give this a second to actually fully compile. It doesn't believe in sorcery, indeed. Yeah, why isn't it asking me to? I guess string is part of the standard, so this is fine. Yeah. Dang. Can I get rid of the giant pop-up on my screen, please? No. So that's Georgian, he wants attention. Yup. I do have a trick, which is if I try quitting all, it complains that there's no right to the buffer in the prompt, and then my cursor is actually in the prompt. And then I can escape out of there. There we go. We just have to try to close the editor, and it's like, no, give me more attention. And I'm like, haha, got you. And then I kill it. And I'm just going to... Do I want to arc source? How do I want to handle this? You know what? Screw it. We're not going to have a parsed document. You're going to have specifically an AST. And AST will have a parser and a tree. But not either of those. I think it will have a source, which will be a string. A source URI. Parser in the pear tree? Potentially. AST, and we're going to have this tree here. And when we implement AST, we are going to give it, instead of a path buffer, we're going to have a new thing here called we're going to have a new structure called the source manager. And inside of the source manager, we're going to have a hash map of all sources. we're going to implement source manager with, of course, a new with just a new hash map. And since I'm using the term URI, I'm going to make a source URI, and one is file, and we'll put in a path. What's the difference between path and path buff? Slice of a path buff. Okay, path buff is the owning type. And then can I derive like a hash? Okay, so there's a hash. There is a derive hash. And then hash as well. And then if we do all of that, well, it's not complaining. So when we load from file, we'll return a URI for people to be able to code-themed restaurant with hash map browns, matrix waffles, string noodles, code spaghetti, bug brulee, served with flames, or brulee. That looks like it's more of a French word, so on and so forth. That is actually, that is a pretty good idea. So now we need that file system read to string. And then if it would be filled with code smells. Sources. Oh, this needs to be self. I mean, can't find sources. Source manager, sources. Contains key. And the real location, the code smell is a combination of Cheeto dust, old socks that were left in it. Okay, I don't eat Cheetos though. Maybe like the smell of a freshly opened monster though. That would be pretty cool. If self contains key. We can just do straight insert and discard the old value. Did I implement clone? I did not. Also seems like Celsius is really popular right now. If you have a device for capturing the smell of things, I can assist. That would be something I would be down to assist with. Don't forget the megabyte and the party-sized gigabyte. For the challengers, the terabyte. That is amazing. Come on, compiler. There it is. Actually, since that returns a result... Never mind, since it returns a result with a value. We'll just do that. Then if we have any other URI types, like remote or whatever the LSP eventually needs, we have that. So our source manager can now load files for us, refresh, and yeah, just generally do all the things. Now, when we actually go to the AST, when we call new, we pass in a source URI. Actually, we'll just call it source and have it be a URI from create source. We say new. This is going to be a result, not parsed document, just AST. We don't need this current source stuff. we just need to pass in a source manager reference. So we ask for a source URI, and we also pass in a source manager. So now we try to say tree is equal to parse. Oh, that's one big thing the source needs is getting rather put an ARG in the food. Imagine getting chefs to put ARG hints to everything. It's like, follow the recipe exactly to the letter. We can't tell you why. We can give you, like, it's part of the ARG, but we can't tell you what part of the ARG it's part of. Just follow the instructions exactly. Okay, what is... Right, source is equal to source manager get and I'll have it be not mutable. We'll just do actually we'll have this be a result. We just do self sources get key, and I think references work here. Okay, or how? Is there a version of okay or that takes in a function? Okay or else takes in because I don't want this anyhow running every time. because there's going to be formatting in there, which I don't want to run every single time. Need to do that manually, and then we're also going to implement display for URI. Got the hello world cake. Oh, wait. It's because it's giving me a, string reference. I guess it can't, auto cast that. Yep, I guess I just have to map it. There we go. It's almost as heretical as documenting projects properly. Size value of type string cannot meet. You know what? Screw it. String reference. I know this is a sin in Rust, but we're gonna do it. Actually, not there. We're gonna put it in here, in source. And I'm gonna make the URI an arc just because this contains a fair amount of data. No, not again. There we go. Now I have to remove this HAR from the end of all of those. It should be public, right? No node source in source. This is the source file. There is, oh, I called it text source. There we go. That should have it be happy. Dang it, now do I need to do the same with identifier? I think I do. Wait a second, identifier can be an expression too. Did I make sure it was an expression? Expression node identifier. This needs to be moved into identifier. Label identifier. Identifier doesn't return a thing. Now, values and types. Are those expressions? I don't think so. They're components of expressions, but by themselves, they are not expressions. What about for That's right, path is how I'm doing label value references now. And various other things. Thank you. A little light, but better as a sampler than a cake. Well, you see, I tried all the options. You know, I can, you know, the whole, like, I can code in every single language because I wrote Hello World in every single one of them. Yeah, I tried all their dishes. Or I ate all their dishes, not I tried, I ate all their dishes. Telling me there's more to coding than Hello World? Yup. How does this work if I don't explicitly set the reference lifetime? I guess, yeah. There should be bite-sized alternatives. Let's see, is it bite-sized or bit-sized? And what's our word size as well? Ooh, you can make the, you can make the food in portions of, 8 ounces. So, you could order a, like, word of food, and it would be 8 ounces. Everyone says this would be a global variable. Would it be a global variable or a global constant? Because I don't feel like they would really change too much. Unreachable pattern. Oh, that's fine. Just have the variable of type const. True, but then it's compile time constant. As long as we're not talking about a JavaScript const, because those are not. Yeah. They're cursed. Okay. All problems in that file fixed. And now we have text source. Wait, are you telling me PathBuff doesn't implement display? Oh, I guess that works. Writing the menu in raw JavaScript. Please, no. Let's be a little bit more classy. Have it be in, like, JSON. And you have to write your order in the format of a web request. And then you hand that to your server. It's a REST API. You order your food through a REST API. Honestly, that could be a really cool concept IRL. Is if you actually did have like a GUI like on your table, there's like a touch screen. You click all the options you want, and then you saw like transform it into JavaScript, and then there was like an LED strip from the base of your table that goes back to like the kitchens, and there's just like a pulse of light that goes down. And then whenever you get updates, there's a pulse of light that comes back. CRT, that would be pretty fun. You have to order your food through a command line interface. The only pictures you get of food are ASCII art. Oh, that's working now. Finally. But not Source Manager. Dang it! Oh, it's because Source Manager isn't imported. Wait, is AST part of our... Oh, I hadn't written that yet. There we go. There's our error checking. I'm just gonna do a quick write all, just in case. That's not a result. That's a fieldless union. Not fieldless union. Fieldless tuple. Oh, I don't want that. I want... Maybe there's a loading screen for each meal? That's on the back-end architecture. Here's the plot twist. For the loading screen idea, patrons with the proper knowledge can turn the loading throbbers into a competitive game of Snake. Ah, so you do know the cursed knowledge. The day you learn those are called throbbers. is this failing? There we go. You are taking nothing as input. You are explicitly taking nothing as input. Is parse mutable? It is. I guess mutability is really just a unique reference. So now we have a way to update. We just use self tree as a ref. Oh, this needs to be a tree isn't optional anymore, so this should be giving me an error. There should be some like that. Maybe Azref would have worked, but oh well. Yeah, I think that fully implements AST in exactly the way I wanted it to be implemented. This is beautiful. So much cleaner than it was before. So now we need to actually lower the AST. Can I actually get the tree, though? Now AST is fully implemented because we can get the tree. And when we're lowering, I think it makes sense to have a list of ASTs, right? Do we think that will work? Having those two lifetimes? Or would ASTs work better as a function argument? I'm not sure. So there's one thing that I want to use, and that is a diagnostic emitter. Let's see what we will call this. A and this literally doesn't need to be anything, except potentially we can store formatters here? I'm not sure. Call this a diagnostic emitter for console emitter. And the reason I want this to be a trait is because eventually when we embed Brane script into the engine, we don't want these printing out to the console, we want them printing out well, to like a virtual console. So we have a function emit, and what emit will take is we need annotate snippets. So there's renderer. Let me just check if is renderer worth caching? Or is it fine to recreate every time we use it? Okay, that looks like a complicated enough function. It's not just cached. It is recreating it every time you call that, so we will cache the renderer. we do want a styled renderer. And then when we emit, what type do we want to emit? This will be a diagnostic. Is it just a message? Ah. I'm in the wrong file right now. I'm not going to worry about a diagnostic source for now. Oh. I wonder what this and stream is. Looks like they're suggesting that that's a better ant stream or ants stream. Oh. Oh. That's actually super useful. This isn't like something to redirect to the standard output. It's to actually make like colors and stuff work if a terminal supports it. I am actually going to use that. I am glad I looked into that. if I ever wanted to do like a terminal graphics emulator, I would use that. I think that's the general idea. ASN stream. OO colors. Hmm. I'm gonna have to ask one of the incredibly Rust-involved people I know. Is there anybody I know in here? Because I know somebody who occasionally makes Rust crates. They're more in the Bevy ecosystem. That would have totally named it that. Wait, what? Production engineer at Meta. Yep, definitely was not unintentional. Can be them considering Horizon World avatars. Although this is a terminal font color library. And I know for a fact that the majority of the Horizon World's codebase is either Unity, and then on top of that they built a React native environment for their UI devs to code inside of, which is a thing you can do. You can surely do that. ANS stream. Wait. Do people just keep misspelling their own crate name? That's ridiculous. Or maybe I did that. I don't know, I felt like I copied and pasted that. But there we go. This is a good, like, repoint this wherever we need to. So now when we go back to lowering, one thing I definitely want here actually, let's make this an arc. Lower. You know what, for now, I don't even really need screw it. Super long function name. And we're going to return a result of just an HIR node. Actually, not an HIR node, but HIR, I think. I'm gonna have the arena as part of HIR. wonder, is there any way for me to say the lifetime of this is the same as one of the other members? These are the sort of things where, like, I have no clue how to search this, so chatbot is in Rust. Is there any way to say that a reference on an object has the same lifetime as one of the object's other members? Ouroboros crate. Now that is a name for a crate. The Ouroboros. Honestly, I think that's kind of what we need here, where we need a way to pass around the HIR with its arena. Because if the arena moves, yeah. Because, like, this lifetime is exactly what I need. Fake links. Well, it's Rust, so it should still be safe, right? Let's see how you're supposed to implement this. So you say self-referencing. Right, I think I need to import macros manually. Oh, can I not have objects inside of here? Do I need to like phantom data this or something? Maybe, hear me out. We allocate the hash map on the arena so that the hash map can also reference self, but it still has the same problem. Oh, it's this, not self. Covariant or not covariant? What are the differences between... Okay, many types in Rust have a property called covariance. In practical terms, this means that a covariant type, like box with a reference, can be used as a box A I32 as long as A is smaller than this. Since the lifetime is smaller, it does not violate the lifetime specified by the original type. Contrast this to function with this I32, which is not covariant. You cannot give this function a reference with a lifetime shorter than this, as the function needs something that lives at least as long as this. Okay. Fortunately, there is no easy way to determine whether or not a type is covariant from inside the macro. As such, you may receive a compiler error letting you know that the macro is uncertain if a particular field uses a covariant type. So essentially that's like, can this type, for its reference, accept a reference with a lifetime longer than this object? Or do the references on this object need to be exactly the lifetime of the object? In the case of this hash map, they need to be exactly the same as this object because of Arena. And we're expecting that all of these are allocated with the Arena, so it is not covariant. And that's pretty cool that that just works. Maybe. We'll see once I actually start trying to use it. Now, they do suggest to not use this in libraries, only as inside of your create type stuff, which I think this applies for now, so I don't need to do an inner pattern. And look, HIR doesn't have a lifetime, but the stuff inside it does. I've never seen that before. That's kind of crazy. Thank you, chatbot, for telling me the thing I needed exists. This is the best use of chatbots, is describe an idea and it goes, here's what you want. Here's the pattern you need. So let's see if it's possible to even create this now. So we implement HIR pub function new. And we can just allocate it like that. Or not. HR has no struct field named arena. Oh, it already has a new field. Self-referencing implements that for us. Okay. Well, I'll figure out how to use that. So let's go over to lowering. And we return result HIR. Which we can actually return HIR as a result now. Is private. Oh. Wait, why is new private? Is this because of their whole, like... Now I'm like, how do I even instantiate this? My struct builder. Oh. So it's a builder. Or does it automatically generate a builder struct? No code actions available. Well, let me see if I do this manually. Okay, no. Come on, that looks like it creates... So there's my struct, and then there's my struct builder. I don't see my struct builder defined anywhere, so I'm assuming They just added builder onto the end of the thing, unless it's a private structure. It is. Alright, so they really, really want you to create abstraction. So we're going to implement default for HIR. Wait an eternity. There we go. Man, my analyzer is chugging right now. Oh, it's because rodeo, new, and then this also wants a builder, or modules builder. And this, I think since I said it references rodeo, or the arena, then we need to return a reference to it from there. So if I was directly referencing anything from here to begin with, here's where I would grab all those references. Alright, cool. So now we can just do default, boom. And we should be able to do stuff like modules, insert, test mod, and then module, or, well, not that, but HIR arena, allocate, then pass in HIR and an HIR module. I mean, there's no type arena. How do I get my own fields? Borrow int data? Oh. data. Maybe I need to do that for modules? Since modules is one of the references. But bar modules worked. Immutably borrowed fields, which is immutably borrowed field, which is immutably borrowed exactly once. Self-referencing field, which is a field which borrows at least one other field. Head field. To make a self-referencing struct, you must write the struct definition and place self-referencing on top. For every field that borrows the other fields, you must place a borrows on top and place inside the parentheses a list of fields that it borrows. Mut can be prefixed to indicate that a mutable borrow is required. For example, borrows mutable C indicates that the first two fields need to be borrowed immutably, and the third field needs to be borrowed mutably. You can also use borrows without any arguments to indicate a field that will eventually borrow from the struct, but does not borrow anything when first created. Oh! So it's purely a, purely for the constructor. So I can just say it borrows. But we'll say it borrows from Arena, just to kind of show what's going on. You can also use a borrow. Okay. Fields must be declared before the first time they are borrowed. Normal borrowing rules apply. Field cannot be borrowed mutably twice. We don't actually need to borrow Arena mutably because operations on Arena I wonder if I like did that, does it work? No. It needs some form of that. I'm doing a lot of work here for working with trees to eventually be easier, because this is supposed to be making it easier. Or rather, more memory efficient eventually. This is the preferred way to create new instances of your struct, similar to using the myStruct syntax. It contains one field for every argument in the actual constructor. Self-referencing fields are suffixed with the underscore builder, so you could need to provide a function instead. Okay, so we can do with field and borrow field. And then there's also with, which borrows all tail and immutably borrowed fields at once. So if I did borrow modules, that should theoretically let me borrow modules, right? For every tail in a mutably borrowed field. For every tail in a mutably borrowed field. Wait. Okay, so this lifetime is Ouroboros create specific thing. Borrow modules. So because this is a tail called thing, does that mean I just can't access it? But what's the point of having a reference if I can't access it? So if I go to my struct, oh, I won't be able to see the source of this anywhere. Can I do expand macro anywhere? There is a rest C command to expand macros. I just can't remember it right now. And I don't really want to create a new file. Okay, with field function is generated for every tail in a mutably borrowed field in your struct. It allows safely accessing a reference to that value. The function generates the reference and passes it to the user. You can do anything you want with the reference. It is constructed to not outlive the struct. and immutably borrowed. So for arena, I would just need to do with arena, and that would theoretically work. And all of these take a mutable and immutable reference to self. Wait. With it takes a closure. Does borrow field is an immutable borrow. Okay. So for here I would have to do with modules moot, and then borrow HIR is mutable because it is also borrowed as immutable. I guess I just have to do with and then say arena and modules, or do I have to do them individually? This is private. Alright, I guess we do make some helper functions for this. So I'm going to add an alloc which takes in self, and thing is, borrow arena seems to be working. So the only thing we really need is add module. I almost feel like I have to make a module builder for this. We can return a mutable reference to that. We'll get source and identifier when we first create this, and then we're going to say self. This has to be moot. Self with moot, and then this appears to not be complaining, so we will say modules insert like so. Cannot find value modules in this scope. Oh, right. Dang, I wish I could look at the definition of fields. It looks like, oh, no, maybe? Found option reference HIR module. Huh? Oh, is that complaining about huh? Found option module. Does Arena Alec return options? Or Rodeo Alec? Nope, it takes in a value and then returns a reference. So the problem is that, oh, it is modules. Oh, wait. Modules insert is returning an optional. That's what's going on. So this is working, but the errors were misleading. unexpected token. Oh, that's blending in with. Why are you claiming this isn't in use? New mod. Unused variable. It's used twice. This identifier for the identifier to work. We need the identifier to be arena allocated. How do I represent that? Where's Ouroboros? Now see, if I wasn't doing this through an API, most of this would be pretty simple. Is there a way for me to create this hash map before putting it in HIR? Because what if the fields are already referencing each other? Or... oh, that would be incredibly cursed. That would be incredibly cursed, but it would work. If I did HIR build, and this returns HIR, but instead of all of that, So we do HIR builder, and the arena is what's it called? Rodeo. But the modules builder is equal to a function once that takes in a reference regular reference to our arena and returns hash map actually let me just what is the I'm going to use this crate the way it intends for you to use it. So yeah, this takes in a reference to that and returns, well, that reference. So if we build a new modules builder, do build, holy crap, does that, okay. But returns map. Oh, it needs to be a reference? Wait, what? Oh, right. So I have diagnostics up here, so this might be valid. It's possible. Now let me see if there's an option to build, but with a result. I'll also do try new. Yeah, try new. Which I think is what I want to do instead. So I'm going to do har try new. And this will return an anyhow result. Holy crap, this is gonna work. I think, maybe. Yeah, so now here, do HIR build now I have an arena. Expected 2 arguments. Oh, this doesn't need a self argument. Expect 2 arguments, found 1. I did write this, right? So why is it still giving me an error? Oh, is it happy now? I think it's happy now. Cool. Well, now I can get back to actually coding stuff. It was pulling a prank. Indeed, it likes doing that. And now, so we have a lowering context, so let's create that here. Actually, let's just take a lowering context. As all of our variables that we need. Well, not all of the variables that we need, because one of the things that we want is a list of all of the ASTs to build our stuff from. I want to take these as a slice. Like that. And we just do for AST in ASTs. Yeah, guys, compilers is... doing compilers is as easy as this. Okay, what do we actually do here? This is where we need the parsers. So what is modules complaining about? Expected result. Oh. So now, over here, we're going to reference parser and all of its errors. Don't need to worry about recording errors and whatnot, because... Alright, thank you for sticking around while you could, though. So for this one, I think the recursion pattern on a single object makes sense, since we can't control AST nodes. So we're going to have this public lower AST. We're going to have a self-reference here. So let's see, when we lower an AST, we actually don't need to return anything for this one other than if it was successful or not. Ah. So let's see, where do we do parse module? There it is. And then we have parse document. So parse document is what we're interested in. So we're going to create a cursor. Come on, I just wanted a global variable. So there's a toString. There we go. We can do anyhow, error, message. Oh, come on. Message in anyhow. Implement error. Anyhow error. Oh, it's just MSG. Dang. Because it's not constant, this doesn't work either. Dang it! Alright, give me the error again that tells me... Give me the error that tells me... Okay. Sync lazy lock new. There we go, and then when we do lower failed, was that spaceship game still one of your long-term goals? Which one? I've had a couple. Again, I have my code tools help me. Alright, I'm going to restart the editor just because it's being pretty slow. The one you and your friend had a whole video about. We'll see. It's kind of semi-forgotten at the moment. But building something like that would be cool eventually. I don't want to extract into variable. It's supposed to give me an error about match arms. Why isn't this match arm giving me errors? I'm gonna delete all of this until I need it. Okay, that's super weird how I'm still getting errors for other stuff, but not this match statement. Oh, there we go. That really should be giving me errors. Has the project just gotten too big for cargo? This might be why they keep the crates so small. Otherwise it just tanks Rust Analyzer. Yeah, we'll just do that for now. Even though I know that root node like this form of error checking just doesn't work great. Does cargo have limits? I don't think cargo has... Well, I mean everything has limits. But I think it's more Rust Analyzer is having issues. Or, no. It's that... So cargo is kind of being used as an LSP here. But it essentially needs to compile the entire project to get the debug the debug info that really matters. So stuff like lifetimes and true type checking you can't get from just Rust Analyzer. Oh, wait a second. Was it just because it was complaining about the return result before it would actually check anything? Is that what was going on? Yeah, of course the code following that is unreachable. It won't compile. Oh, that's why it's being slow, is it's not finding modules. parser mod rs. You know, this entire file is probably what's tanking my performance. So I guess I'll just read it without highlighting. That way, like, we're actually able to understand our code without having to compile it to check errors. Cannot find parser. No, it's source file. Oh wait, that's why match isn't working. Add a question mark in there. Compiler mod rs. Well, I don't care about compiler yet. I want you to compile AST first. So I think it stops outputting errors after a certain number of errors have been output. So we need to order these in such a way that the errors we get are in a usable order. AST is part of it. Alright, we need to fix all of those errors before moving on to so complaints about compiler first. Then is complaining about lowering. Gives it a node result, which is a result, so we can match on node result. So why is even like the Rust compiler itself not complaining about this match statement? Oh, there we go, finally. Now we get to experiment with writing good errors. That's our expected node kind. And that's the node that we find. So let's do real quickly there you are. So let's figure out how to do Rust annotate. So this is the original source here, and I wish they didn't reuse text because it says label expected struct. And then they use the same text again, so it makes it a little bit hard figuring out like what text is coming from where. So the annotation. This does not appear to be line number. Well, actually, let's just look at the documentation. That is a lack of documentation. Expected structure. So line start 26. But this says 29, like line 29, 25. So does Rust annotate automatically convert from character position to line position? So if we do snippet, it's just this line source. One snippet is meant to represent a single continuous slice of code that you want to annotate. So 34 through 50 is this line here. So it says expected type found 22 is line. So it takes in the source. It says the line start is at 26. 26, 28, 29 would be this line here. So maybe let's start 26. So maybe this indexes as 25 or 27, 28, 29. Wait, 20, 26. 27, 28, 29. Okay, never mind. It is correct. I just can't count. 6, 7, 8, 9. So line start is the starting line of the snippet. This line here. And then the error annotation is what it's outputting the info for. Okay. $26, $27. So what happens if I pass like a huge file into here? Does it just print out the entire thing with all the annotations? Or does it only do them one at a time? Like this. I really wish they would document this better. Slice of source code. So I'm gonna need to create a custom system for this. Because this won't do. It doesn't do enough automatic stuff for me. But one, I need this slice creation to be automatic. Well, basically, I need to be able to go Though at the particular moment, what we're doing is trying to figure out how to use a error annotation library, which is another very fun thing. Make everything a polymorph. Polymorph. Like a polymorphic class? I don't know if I want to do that. Traits are fun though. Traits are not evil. Okay, time to write more abstractions before actually getting to the code itself. We are going to create a message builder. So this is already a pretty huge builder pattern, but with traits you can make anything polymorphic with anything else, so long as you make an implementation for both of them. Did my mouse just die? What on my computer just reset itself? Give me my mouse back. My mic died? I don't even know if my mic is working right now. I unplugged it. I want to go to that, not that one. That tab. There it is. Okay, so the mic is working. I'm using tab navigation to get through websites right now. Not that I would need, not that I technically need my mouse. It's just, it's not working. It's not reconnecting. I keep on plugging it back in, but nothing. Maybe if I plug it into the USB extender. Did my like front panel of my computer just die or something? Because I had the mouse like USB, not the mouse, but like the Bluetooth dongle. I just have a generic Bluetooth dongle plugged into the front of it. Let's see, if we plug this in, do I get a mouse back? Okay, and my screens are updating, so I know it's not that. My screens aren't updating. What is going on? Alright, we're going into settings. Why is that the rotation? Oh, it's because I'm supposed to use my... Oh, it says my mouse is paired right now. What? That's weird. Here, let me just try toggling Bluetooth off. Can I tab navigate? And turn it off? It lets me hover over the on-off button, but it doesn't let me actually use it. Oh, it's the space bar. Why is the space bar the toggle thing? Huh. Well, I guess I have to end stream because I have to restart my computer and see if my mouse is, like, totally nuked. Or wait. Maybe. Here. I have a corded mouse. Because I want to keep going. I want to, like, actually test out some code today. So... if I haven't hit the 5-hour mark, I can keep streaming. Yeah. Dang, I cleaned this room before it tripped, so now I can't find anything. Ah. Alright. G-Skill MMO mouse. Don't fail me. Alright. Well, my cursor isn't in the same position anymore, so that makes me suspect it might have worked. Oh, need to recenter. We need to turn on sitting mode, and then gonna recenter again. There we go. Hi. There we go. So, do I have a mouse at all? Well, the cursor moved. Oh, it moved because I had the Steam VR overlay on. Oh, wait. No, I had the headset on, so I didn't realize I was still using the old mouse. And the mouse that actually was working was under the desk. Was on top of the desk. Let's see, let's turn down the... There we go. Alright. So, yeah, I have a mouse again. And this is why we like corded devices. They just work. It'd be really funny if my Bluetooth adapter just died there. Really funny. Yeah, you see, Twitch, you can hear me because I unplugged my mic and then replugged it back in. But I did actually have a moment where like half my I/O devices just straight up stopped working. Right, where was I? Right, I was writing abstractions. And back to not using the mouse because I'm using Vim. Well, you see, I don't break my physical things. I'm one of those people who still have working Wii Nunchuck controllers. Like, hardware doesn't break for me. So in my case, yes, it always works. Alright, so what interface do I want here? I want self emitter emit, and then into here, what do I want to pass? Ooh, I can... Here's what I can do. Oh, this is a rubber sealed cord. No, this is a super crappy mouse. Works fine. Like $15 mouse. Alright, so we have... Let's just do this and copy it how it is. So we'll do self, and then the title, which is a string. Or I guess it can be a slice. You do have to explicitly say a string is a reference, I think. And then I don't want to do an explicit line start. What I want to do is return a diagnostic builder. So we're just going to do a default implementation here. That way, every single diagnostic emitter will have this. Go. Now we have a reference. Size values for type self cannot be known at compilation type. Why does the size need to be known? Oh, what if I do... It doesn't need to be sized, it's a reference. Come on, I should be able to store a reference to self. So here, do I need that? No, it just needs the where self-sized. There we go. Nice, so now I have a reference to myself. So now Diagnostic Builder can have a, yeah. Reference to itself. You know what? I don't really need to care about... I was originally thinking like, oh, if the annotations are too far apart, then if the annotations are too far apart, automatically split it into two messages. That doesn't make sense because we're building one message. So that will be on the message builder to handle that. So instead what we'll do is we'll have margin lines up top. And we'll also have a, let's see, so start line, origin. I do need an origin, so let's see, title. Do I want to have to deal with these lifetimes? No, I don't want to have to deal with those lifetimes. So what are the annotation levels? Warning, error, and I guess info, warning, and error. Yeah, so this span is using a char position. A character position. Which means we can just use character positions as well. So this is the range in the document itself. And then we'll convert that over to this annotate snippets version later when we actually call build. We're going to say annotations. Will just be a vec of annotation. Default, I'll set this to 0, margin lines bottom. Default, I think I'll set this to 2, because that makes sense. Actually, no, for now I'll set both of these to nothing. But just allow myself the ability to use that if I want to. And then, the diagnostic builder. We'll set margin lines top. Then it'll just annotate error for we'll do the span first. then we'll do oh, right, I have to do the whole builder pattern thing. Alright, cool. And now for the final part of this. We just call emit consume self. And here's where we so let's see what annotate snippets level error. Oh, title. So title sets up a message. Does message have a way to... Doesn't look like it. But it does look like level is actually an enum. So I'm going to replace our level with the annotate snippets level. Can I have a code action, please? Ah! Okay, since I do have to use that member function, if I actually did want to deal with lifetimes, I could figure out how to keep that as a reference instead of just straight up grabbing it, but yeah. let's figure out start line is equal to could do for char in source text, but specifically the source text from 0 until we need to do if self annotations empty, then we need to start line is actually we'll just do if that is empty, self emitter emit self title. Actually, we can keep that. Self emitter and we just don't pass in any snippets. Oh wait, there can be multiple snippets. That's actually fine. We can figure this out. That is one of the things I want to figure out. Okay. So that does consume. So here's what I'll do. I'll do self annotations into iterator. So is it fold? Yeah, it is fold because there's the accumulator. And message is the accumulator. Oh wait, right, I can't assume that these are in order. So I have to do sort first. Okay, how do you sort with Rust iterators? Okay, so you need to do sort before turning it into iterator. Let's see. Let me look at the implementation of the Rust board. Let's compare. Oh man, that didn't even format. We'll keep it multi-line then. Compiler must be really struggling. Oh. That would explain it. Missing semicolon. Okay, this doesn't return. So now the annotations are sorted by their start character. So this is how we're going to compute our line indices. And we also need to do let current snippet length Then we have the message, the annotation, message, then, oh, wait a second. Dang it, I can't. I can't do something fancy like this, unfortunately. We do have to allocate for this. At least if I don't want to spend all night figuring out how to solve this. So we'll iterate over every single one of the annotations. And what we need to do is drinking a water? Yes, I do have a water cup right over here. Thank you for the reminder. If I'm sounding like slightly tired, that is because it is 1 a.m. and I have been streaming for nearly 6 hours at this point. But I'm like locked in right now, so I want to keep going. Start line, and also we need Alright, we're going to create a utility. Just 2 utility functions. Which I guess I'll put in this struct itself. but don't necessarily have to be in this struct. I'm gonna say line of, and then I'll do the range. We also need to pass in source text. Actually, range, I think with 2U side, well, 64-bit architecture, yeah, pointer is faster. I think. See, I want to try to single pass this. So the start is let's create a quick struct for this. Okay, and that iterates over every character between start and the current range we're trying to get the line of. We're going to say if C is equal to a new line character, current oh, I don't have a index, so we're gonna say, oh wait, current is mutable, so I can just say current line plus equal 1, current, oh wait, I want this to be buff index. Actually, no, I don't. Buff index is now going to be index because we actually don't want the line of to, we want this text pose to always be at the beginning of the line. And then current buff index is equal to index, and then line is going to plus equal 1. And that will return the line of come on, can't I get a oh. Okay, I just had to... Oh? Come on, you're able to iterate over strings. Wait a second. Is usize not clone? Or copy? Oh, it's because I didn't implement. It's because it was my helper struct that got moved, not the, got moved. I'm gonna implement copy on that because it's just two usizes. And now I'm going to do advanced lines, which will take a start and the source text. And all we'll do is say lines use size. We'll just use this. Okay, so C equals that. Then we'll say if, I say line minus equals 1. Why is it colored red? Oh, it's because it's lines. If lines equal 0, return current. And that should be enough for me to do what I need to do. I'm going to say cursor is equal to text pose zero zero. Alright, and then we'll say current snippet start line is equal to cursor equals line of, or self line of, cursor then it was the range, so a span and then the source text, right? No, there's more. Oh right, it was span and then cursor. No, it is the range and then the start. Oh, I had it as reference. That doesn't need to be a range, I think. Oh, wait. It wasn't a member function, that's why it was complaining. Now I have to flip the order of these again. I think that's going to be correct, right? Range and then start? Yes. Start line is cursor line. It is going well. I have gotten 6 hours of productivity in so far. And right now we're writing abstractions over Rust style errors. So actually, a good example down here is, look at how readable these errors are. It's like a little bit of the code, little like arrows pointing out what's wrong. They're generally like much more readable than other scripting or coding languages. So I'm doing that in mine as well. Problem is this library, which does all the graphical stuff that I don't want to have to deal with, isn't the best like developer experience actually writing those. So right now we're working on a better interface for that that makes it as simple as possible to do that. Do a span, which is cursor buffer index. I wonder, does this operator check to make sure that We don't have negative values in there. Just in case, I'm going to implement this manually. Then is it end, start end. I always have to check. Just have this as, actually, minus margin lines top. So that starts the snippet out. And then we add in the annotation. Then we're going to push back this annotation. Actually, wait a second. For this won't work. This margin line's top. You know what? That's gonna take a lot more effort. So I'm just not gonna deal with it. Then I'd have to do advanced lines, but in reverse, and then it would be doing that every single time. Just not worth it. Maybe it makes things slightly more readable. It might even decrease readability. So this starts at that buffer. Oh wait, right. A span. We need to actually subtract this from the snippet start. because snippets in the annotation tool are relative to the actual like snippet. The annotations are relative to the snippet. Whereas in my thing, I was making them the entire document, relative to the entire document, which makes it a lot easier to work with on my end, but yeah. I think that's the only places there's ranges, right? There's this span here, and then this span here. Both of these are annotations, and those spans are relative to the source snippet, which is less than the size of the entire document. Yeah. Okay. So after we push the annotation, what do we need to do next? Well, one thing we need to do is make sure to break up snippets that are too far apart. If I had caffeine, I would be drinking it right now. So I'm jealous. Max, what? Yeah. Let's say 4, and if it's a larger than 4, it will break up the snippets. Oh wait, it's the snippets that have the origin. No, oh yeah, snippets, yeah. Snippets that have the origin. Not the annotations. I was thinking annotations for a second. I was like, oh. I don't think I even need this, oh, I don't have that if statement anymore. Right, so what we need to do here is if if the current snippet as ref nested if statements. If this span if the start line of this, or rather the current annotation, current cursor line minus this start line is greater than self max line gap, that means that this annotation is too far away from the last annotation in this block. I guess I shouldn't do start line then. I should have a end line. Why is this complaining? Type annotations needed. Oh, don't worry about it. If the max line gap is too large, larger than max line gap, then snippets push current snippet take Does that run afoul of the borrow checker? It technically is safe, but it also technically might mess. Well, judging by the fact I'm not getting any errors, I'm going to assume that the bar checker isn't mad at this somehow. I guess, like, the control flow just works. It just works. And here... we just do the current snippet end line is equal to cursor line. So even if this code doesn't run, we're still updating the end line of this snippet continuously. And then here we have to do if let sum. Oh, wait. There we go. Okay, I think my snippet connection code is okay, now that we have snippets of, so theoretically we would be able to do multiple origins with this system. So you could have an error that literally spans across multiple origins. And thinking about it, I do want it to be able to do that. So did I set the origin here? Yeah. So the way I'm going to allow for that in the future is just say I'm gonna let people change the origin. Self origin is equal to origin. And then when we actually annotate, we also need to add in the origin. So the ordering that you do in the builder matters. But now when we actually sort the snippets, we need to do I'm gonna make this more efficient. I'm gonna say origins was a vector of strings. Current origin is equal to starts at 0, so we're gonna say origins equals vec then we're going to say origin is a usize. And then when we annotate, we set self current origin. Are you going to remember any of this tomorrow? Partially why I'm rushing through it. I'm going to wake up and I'm going to go, oh, this code's amazing. I wonder who wrote it. I'm going to set self current origin equal to self origins length. I mean, I could also do +1, but this is fancy. Or you'll need to rewrite the entire thing. Ah, no, but I'm writing it good this time. We're writing it good. And now this, if I can spell Oh right, it's supposed to be a reference. The trend with the streams usually. Why do I myself do it this way? Yeah, but see, this is a section of code that I don't think. Well, I will need to have to touch it again when I eventually start writing an LSP, because I'll need these in a form usable by the LSP. Man, the stream has been going so long that the 40-minute video I had set to loop stopped playing, because apparently if you loop a 40-minute video over the course of 6.5 hours, it eventually decides that, no, you're not allowed to play this anymore. So I will have to rewrite this code, but I won't have to rewrite the logic of this code, just the data structures. Listening to you in the background made me want to do more planning with my language. Not that I have planning or playing. Not that I have much more time for it. Is there a way for you to use an AI to note take during your stream, similar to Firefly's AI Zoom note taker? Potentially, that would actually be super useful, to be honest. I don't know who has made the AI for streamers. The AI for coding streamers. Here's what you did. Here were the high engagement moments. Here's what you should make clips of. Just editor in the back pocket. Man, if I wasn't already writing a coding language in a game engine, that's actually something I might make. Not gonna lie, I am not an AI bro, but that's, like, I could really use that right now. Too many projects already. But again, that's what I always say. See, when I'm doing streams of making that, if I did do streams of making that, I could have the AI note taker take notes of the streams of me making the AI note taker and producing content about it. Just Ouroboros. Planning for the syntax and stuff? Fair enough. See, right now, we're taking a very slight sidetrack from implementing the better version of the parser, now known as the AST lowerer. Because I'm not actually writing a parser, the parsing is already done. It's just the AST lowerer. We're lowering the AST we already have to high-level intermediate representation. But we're taking a slight sidetrack from that to make Rust-style errors, because I want that. I know I want that. I really want that. There's crates for it, so I just have to take the small amount of time to start just coding with that from the beginning. But like, hey, our errors are actually going to look like this. And they're going to be formatted like this and work like this. See, now I just need to actually do it that way. So I don't want to do self annotations, I want to do self snippet. Oh wait, not self snippets. now I also need to set a we'll have to do a second check here for snippet. Specifically, if we have a current snippet, and, well, I'm not going to simultaneously privately stream on Zoom. That seems like a pain. Doesn't it also work for, like, Google Meet, though? Let's see. Right here, I want to check for if the origin changed. So So this sorting method should sort them by origin. From smallest to largest. So enumerate ads is on the left or right? It's on the left. Index and the item. So then we just want to return the index. Wait. Okay, so if you return some, so if O is equal to origin sum the iterator, Yeah, this lets you put an item into sum. It wanted a tuple. Cannot compare string reference with non-referenced string. There you go. I'm now referencing the string. Compare them. Okay, so if this is an already existing origin, self current origin equal to previous origin. There we go, now we have deduplication of origins. Maybe. If this stops complaining. Screw it, explicit turbofish syntax. Oh, I did want this to be the return value. That's what's going on. Me thinking it was returning without an explicit return statement. Now change origin deduplicates. So now we don't have to worry about there being multiple origins. Alright, time. Can I collapse that sidebar? Probably not. Okay. What if I do that? So we have a snippet. There, and then we need to do snippet, or we need to do an annotate snippets snippet. Source. Ooh, I actually do need to do the source. Source is equal to source text. Then it's snippet span. Debating whether or not to work from VR from now on. It depends on the headset you have. With the Quest 3, I actually wouldn't recommend it. I don't know how the Quest Pro is. I'm hoping to get my hands on a big screen Beyond 2 relatively soon. And essentially daily drive that. But it does lock you in. That's one thing. Size type for the value string cannot be known at compile time. Doesn't need to, right? This is small enough, it doesn't need to be its own variable. We'll put this in snippet source. So snippet span. So we need the S span end to be equal to yeah, we need this to be equal to the next line. We'll have to fight the urge to start fighting crime as a hacker while wearing it, though considering the size makes it look like a sci-fi mask. Yeah. Oh, you mean with the big screen, like, too? Yeah, definitely. Just, I'm a netrunner now. I am currently working with my Quest 3 on. I'm like working on selling my Apple Vision Pro right now, and I have been thinking like, oh, maybe I should use it like a couple last times, but I'm like, I can't do multiple monitors with it, and I like really need multiple monitors to stream. And like the way I was handling it before was just looking at my secondary screen with like through pass-through, but I don't want to do that. I prefer the slightly, like, blurry text over very blurry some screens. It's only slight blurriness. Okay, next line. Advance lines 1 from cursor. So then next line buff index -1, because this buffer index is the first of a new line, and we don't want it to be the first of a new line. We want it to be the last of the last line. So I still had a use for this, which I am happy about. And did I fully implement the... No, I didn't fully implement this. I completely forgot I was doing that. This is if current, or snippet origin is not equal to current annotation origin. And then let's do cursor equals, we'll reset the cursor if we're on a new origin. This is heavily over-engineered. But it's going to be so easy to use. I'll just say, put the annotation on these cursor positions. Put this annotation on these in the document. Not cursor. Character positions. Alright, so our snippet now has a source. Also need to give it a line start, or wait. In here, line start is snippet line start line. And then after line start, we need to do if we want to fold, which for the moment, I don't want to fold text. And then I'm going to put snippet in its own variable because we're actually going to do what we're doing for the snippets variable and do a fold operation on it. Actually, I can mega statement all of this. So I am going to mega statement all of this just for the flex. Snippet annotations into iterator fold and that will be our collector. We'll put our annotation in there. And every time we have one of these, well actually it's first the snippet and then the annotation. So I do annotation. And then this will be a annotate snippets. And then a... Oh, wait. This is where I can just do annotation, level, and then go straight to span. Or we'll do... we can do span first. I don't think it actually matters. But we do span, and span is... Wait, why is this complaining? Immutable variable A. Screw that. I know that's like bad practice, but screw it. Immutable loop iterator value. Then this span is going to be the annotation span. Easy enough. And then the label, which is a label as string. I didn't call it label. Maybe text? Cannot return value referencing local data, a text. I guess that is dropped, isn't it? Okay, so instead of fold, what we're gonna do instead is let say iterator. Oh wait, that just works. If I say it, no. Well, I'm not sure if it does. Cannot move out of a span because it's a shared reference. Cannot return value look same. Local data snippet annotation. Okay, fine. I won't do into iterator. I'll just do iterator. So it's not consuming the values. And just like that, is that working? Have I made this library usable? No way. I didn't move start out of there. Wait, range does not implement the copy trait? So when I grab the value here, ugh. Maybe if I do that instead? Now where did I move it? Alright, see you around. Okay, that's where it's happening. Oh right, that's why I had current origin. Actually no. This will handle current origin correctly. Nice. And How many lines of code is this? Just to auto group snippets? Auto group annotations. It's like 79 lines of code there that they couldn't have bothered to put in the library. So now back in lowering. Back where I was before, right here. Self dialog emitter. Gonna do error. At title and origin. And we expected, what is the type of root node? Just root. I'm going to say expected code found Alright, I need to bring over some utility functions for this. So I'm going to port this over. With self and expecting a tree sitter node result. I'm going to grab this format statement here, and we're going to say self diag emitter error, throw this in there. The origin is our self. I guess we do need a current origin. Just do anyhow. Actually, we don't want to do that. We just want to do lower failed for consistency. Found. And we also need origin, which is self current origin, which is a URI. Wait, so if I implement display, it auto implements toString? If I go here and I do self current origin, toString will just work. Huh. That's super useful. Okay, tomorrow I'm gonna have a lot of fun just porting all of this code. And I'm sure it's going to go very smoothly because I've already done a ton of work. But I'm like kind of crashing now, you know, after 7.5 hours, you know, weakling that I am. Let's see, node, what node is this? Implement type sitter node. So I'm gonna finish it out so that this error, this expect node error works. And then I'm gonna try to connect everything together to the point where we get an error output, because I want to see the formatted errors and I want to see them look really cool. No field source text. Right, we need to do self sources get do self sources, and then get self current origin. And is this already a result? It is. And then this doesn't need to be a string, it can just be a slice reference. That's the kind. It's the node that attempted to be wrapped. I haven't upgraded the library, so it should still be exactly the same. Map error, type sitter, node result, tree p, error, node, kind. Okay, so importing those pretty solidly. The error method cannot be invoked on a trait object. This is dynamic diagnostic. Yeah. I don't know why it needed to be sized. This should work. What do you mean it's not dynamic compatible? In my opinion, this should be fully possible. Alright, if it's not dynamic compatible... It doesn't need to be dynamic compatible. Oh, it does need to be dynamic compatible. Dang it. So why does trying to return a reference to itself make it not dynamic compatible? Required cast. Can't refer to the specific type required for the cast from self to dynamic diagnostic emitter. Don't see why this method would be incompatible though, because there's no cast actually occurring. Don't need to check if this is dynamic compatible. Don't need to check if it's dynamic compatible because it isn't done dynamically. Oh, it's saying that console emitter is missing those. That's why there's lines there. Dang it, and it still won't let me do that. I might fall asleep to my own stream at this point. See, this isn't a dynamic compatible thing either. And I hear the diagnostic emitter. Well, I guess I don't need it to be dynamic compatible. If the emitter... Trait bound E as diagnostic emitter. Emitter. It's not satisfied. I mean, would that be so bad? Well, I guess I would... I would be stuck in VR chat. That's... Not sure how I feel about that. Trait diagnostic emitter is not implemented for E as diagnostic emitter. Dang it! You just let me define default methods. Doesn't need to have a node size. Maybe if I throw in a question mark sized, it'll be fine with it not being sized. See, VR chat is the anime. I don't think you could make a fictional version of VR chat crazier than the real version. Oh, I think I finally figured it out. Oh. Okay, I need to look up what this structure I randomly used that the compiler told me to use actually does. Okay, yeah, you do just dereference it. And it works. Or at least it's supposed to. Cannot move out of dereference. Of course. Okay, fine, we'll do clone. My bad. I'm sorry. Let me guess, it's... I just want to have a consistent error. Is that too much to ask? There we go, finally. And now I can just do self expect node. And it works. Yippee! Let's see, for AST in ASTs, self current origin is equal to AST source to string, or source clone. Then we can do self lower AST modules then the arena as well. There we go, now we're actually parsing our ASTs and ignoring all the errors from them. The parsing must continue. Oh hey Thrill, how's it going? Indeed. He hopped off like 30-ish minutes ago, I want to say. Just like I probably should have. I'm like 8 hours into the stream. Doing TypeScript stuff. What does HZ stand for? Oh, Horizon. Oh man, I'm delaying trying that out. Currently we're doing, I'm working on my excuse to not use TypeScript. This is my avoidance of Horizon. How is the experience so far, in your opinion? Because, like, I'm a jaded JavaScript, TypeScript hater. But you're not. Or at least I assume not. I think I'm gonna keep this like this. I don't have to worry about recording errors anymore because expect node takes care of that for me now. Lower module, and let's see. Here's parse module. We're just gonna yoink this entire thing. This is where I actually get to use all of the refactors that I've been doing for the past 8 hours. It all comes down to this one function. Editor is like a watered down Unity, like very watered down. 99.99% diluted. I mean, it is Unity, but you're not supposed to know that. Very ugly language to read. Fair enough. Homeopathic levels of Unity. It's amazing. Homeopathic empathic levels of unity. Alright, let's see the damage. How many errors? The errors are probably yes. So instead of module context, we need this to return HIR. So node. Oh wait. We have a little bit of a potential type collision here. Cannot find type module in HIR. Oh, it's because we need to import HIR. Oh, come on. It's a weird thing where I can't. Oh, I know what I'll do. Super easy solution. We'll go here. Hub use HIR star. Everything in the HIR module, like submodule of HIR, is now fully exposed. Yeah. JavaScript is a dynamically typed language, and TypeScript is compiled down to JavaScript behind the scenes. So in TypeScript, at any time, you can set, you can use the any type, which essentially just lets you ignore all types. Because JavaScript, all numbers are floats, or not, they're not floats, they're doubles. I think there are some specific higher resolution number types, but for the most part, every single number is double. There are no integers. And then every single object is secretly a string, like, string as keys dictionary. There are no, like, actual objects. It's all secretly dictionaries. The JavaScript as a language was originally made in 7 days. So it's kind of like just using var for everything, but not really. So if you're using JavaScript, like pure JavaScript, not TypeScript, you are using var for everything. Yeah, it's not an auto type. It just is. There is no types. You get, well, there's no types in the compiler. At runtime, if you try treating a type like treating one thing as a different thing that it isn't, like if you try calling, like getting a member variable of a number, then it will complain while your app is running and crash. Compiler doesn't fix that for you. Yeah. So you have no crash net. Your thing just crashes in production. And people like using this server side for their APIs. Okay, so now, cool, our nodes module and HIR modules aren't fighting anymore. So this context variable, I'm just gonna do a call this node source, and I think it works with, well actually I'll just grab it from over here. It also weirds me out how many times I see constant.js. So, I might be wrong, but this is the way I understand it, is it's not making the entire variable constant, which is, you know, the way that it would work in any same language. Well, it depends. The way I think about it that lines up with my knowledge of other languages is, in JavaScript, since it's a garbage collected language, similar to like C#, I guess you haven't worked much with languages with pointers in them, but you can set a pointer to be constant, and it doesn't make the thing it points to constant. So when you say const var in JavaScript, you're saying this variable is always going to continue pointing to the object it was originally pointing to. It still lets you change that object and mutate that object, but it means that this variable will always be pointing to the same object, because you would be able to go and like say this variable is now a number, this variable is now a whatever. So it's like, it's saying the variable itself will always be what you think it is, but it doesn't stop you from changing it, because it's more of a pointer than an actual variable. At least to my understanding. I hear that JavaScript is weirder than that. text source, we'll say tree. So we have range and source. I'm actually going to go with span. I'll keep it in line with my inspiration from the Rust compiler. Arc URI. I should probably do it that way, shouldn't I? Since so many things are going to be referencing this. Pretty sure range has an implementation. That range has a byte range. That's it. Do I need to import a trait? Oh, it's a node thing. Start byte, end byte, nice. Call this node source instead in our never-ending quest to make it all make sense. Do parse identifier. This will be identifier. And this one's a relatively easy one. Ooh, right. So I need the actual arena allocator. Okay, so I did rename it text source. There is no context. There's only source. So what we do is arena alloc identifier, and then our identifier is a reference. Oh, identifier doesn't take. Right, identifier doesn't have any references. So we actually don't need to mess with... Actually, I have identifier as a node most of the time. So yes, it does need to be arena allocated. Okay, so that allocates that correctly. This needs a reference to that arena. Expected mutable reference. And we will make this mutable. Mutability established. Let me see here. Is this still fine with the way that it is? As this is a reference, and that reference lasts longer than the function. I guess borrow checker is happy? Borrow checker is happy. Huzzah, the borrow checker is happy. am I doing a return statement, Rust? We don't do that. Oh, I called it node. Node. Okay, no, those line up. Those also line up. Missing links. Initial. Ah, okay. This module doesn't link to anything. It requires no data. That'd be a vector, not a hash map. There we go. So everything except for pipeline. Which I don't know if I'm going to fully implement a pipeline. I think I've gotten enough implemented at this point that if I were to go and test this, I could trigger errors and see if it is working. That'd be a fun thing to see. I'm going to do self dialog emitter. We're going to do this is going to take in a tree node. This does not require an arena. And what we'll do here is emit an error. How long have you been awake? So I woke up at about 3 p.m. So just over 13 hours? So we're gonna omit that error, but, ooh, I forgot to actually do, so error returns a builder, diagnostic builder. Oh, come on. Oh, it takes one generic argument. Okay. I just forgot to do generics. It's fine. Not the end of the world. So now, over here. Yes, now my thing is working. Error at error node byte range. So we're going to add an annotation there, and we're going to say format expected and then do error kind, like that. And that adds a actual, like, fancy arrows thing pointing at the exact text that errored out. So now, if we go back down to this, ooh, I forgot. I almost forgot. There must be some sort of Rust annotations that's like, must use result. You need to actually emit this. Oh, it's because it's a error. That's why. Or result. Okay, I think that's working. Then here, instead of doing self not implemented, then we're gonna just do function. And then I'll just go, ah yes, this entire function isn't implemented. And a function. Block, callsig, or script identifier. I guess I need to add fields to function. So it's actually usable. Yeah, so for now, we'll just have a thing in there that like screams if you try parsing a function. This isn't implemented! How dare you! Ah yes, the pipelines must be mutable. Why aren't they not? Oh, it found a mutable. Oh, I do want these to be mutable, so we'll go and throw mutable onto every single one of those. Now is when we're finally getting lifetime errors. Lifetime may not live long enough, except that's the entire point of the arena allocator. claiming the return lifetime. And I do have the arena, the lifetime. See, the thing is, identifier is fine. I guess it's just because module also has all these lifetimes, but the lifetimes are explicit. T is static. Wait, is the problem that since T must be static when we allocate it, claiming that this module must be static, have a static lifetime, but has members within it that last less than static. Oh. Basically, I have to not have lifetimes in the thing I'm trying to alloc. This does self try alloc. Does try alloc with finalizer. And in here, it does not require it to be static, so let's try alloc with finalizer, which is not public either. Wait. No, the arena allocation happens fine. It's the return value that's messing up. So it's saying because this lifetime, because this doesn't have a lifetime on it, is this because I'm being too vigilant about lifetimes? Like, what if I go up here? And just say that this module reference can be the lifetime of the reference can be implicit. Lifetime may not live long enough. Because of a mutable reference to HIR module. Wait, can I do a... If I unspecify the arena lifetime, and also unspecify the module lifetime, because arena alloc is a mutable T reference. I don't know which lifetime it's complaining about. Borrowed data escapes outside method. See, I know the way the arena allocator works. Here, what if I do... If I do alloc with a type T has a static lifetime. We also have an explicit lifetime for Rudio. Give an arena. We pass in T, which is our value, and then we return out a mutable reference to that type. And we know that this data will last as long as this reference will. So now if we do arena, allocate value, that should work. If I spell everything correctly, that should work. Okay, yeah. That module is failing, but this is not. So this lets return values escape. This does not. So if instead I do self-alloc and pass in arena, lifetime might not live long enough. In what type? Oh. Returning this value requires that HIR must outlive static, but it doesn't need to outlive static. Wait, oh, okay. Here, idea. Is that a valid where clause? Can I do that? Is that valid? Try that. See, I'm not requiring that it outlive static. See, I say this is a reference, HIR. This is HIR. See if it can give me a better error. Returning this value requires that HIR outlive static. I've explicitly stated that arena is not static. So I wonder if it's one of the parameters. What does mutable references are invariant over their type parameter mean? Hello. So this works. This does not work. I've been streaming for 9 hours, so gave you quite a chance to. Is that lifetime of R will never be shortened for the call deref. In both cases, self R will remain borrowed for R lifetime. However, with mutable references, the compiler is basically telling you since self R is borrowed, mutable references are reborrowed when passed as function arguments. Also needs self to remain borrowed for at least R lifetime. So in the minimal version above, if you make the change from self to self R, it compiles. Yup. Oh, I have caps lock on. Wait, if mutable references are invariant, then potentially the solution to this is to make this mutable so the reference is forced to be the exact same size or duration, and then we make this so it's a mutable now. Arena has a like lifetime that doesn't change. Now if I go up here and make this a mutable reference, it thus needs to steal the lifetime dang it. Wait, maybe if I just explicitly turbofish syntax this as module HIR. What exactly do you mean by Rust style traits? Well, you're able to define a trait for something, and then everything with that trait that wants to implement that trait has to have those functions. I'm not quite like awake enough right now, or my brain is too fried to like fully explain it. But it's a really nice pattern. Requires the HR must outlive static. So help me, I will unsafe transmute this. No, it doesn't require that it must outlive static. What is causing that impression? There's nothing in here, it's all HIR. This is all HIR. Serena is HIR. I put static in here. Well, it worked for identifiers. Let me guess, even that won't fix it? Method named Alec for immutable references. I guess must outlive static. Okay. I'm not understanding this one. Come on, arena allocation was supposed to fix this exact problem, and is not doing that. argument requires that arena is borrowed for static. Cannot borrow arena as mutable more than once at a time. Borrow requires that arena What's the difference between... Wait a second, is arena... Borrow check summoner? Okay. I'm gonna try to look at the source of this crate to try to get a better idea of... Actually, let me try using the tools at my disposal first. Function wants this moot rodeo. Lifetime of this. In the case of this, HAR is static. So wait, is it claiming that... I wish there's some way to debug what lifetimes actually are. Arena HR radio. Maybe adding explicit lifetimes to the what is a 4A? Higher ranked trait bounds. Alright, my vision is going funny. I think I'm gonna sign off. But we did get a ton done, and if I can figure out the lifetime issues, this will be very nice. Alright, we're gonna... Good night. I'm gonna commit in what I have so far real fast. Switch, create. We'll call this just HIR. Alright, we have a new branch on main with all of these changes. Realized it has been a hot minute since I've pushed all these changes. Well, actually, I started working on this like 2 days ago. So, not too many changes, but a lot of changes. Actually, I'm gonna check how many changes, because I feel like it is a lot of changes. If I go to Brane script here, so let's go to HIR. "19 files changed, plus 1,000 lines, minus that many." I guess it is mostly mostly structural. Kind of thought it would be more than that, though. Only 1,000 lines of code? Psh, that's nothing. Got jump scared by Horizon Docs writing some TypeScript on the camera API. Just the camera rig, though. Yeah. We have committed. Alright, I'm going to go crash out and wake up too soon to deal with business things. Alright. Farewell. I will see you probably tomorrow. Like early afternoon.